Fox Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are Sun Sports.
Yesterday, the Rays broke out the big bats, slugging 3 home runs in the first 4 innings. Then Jake McGee thwarted Baltimore's late rally as Tampa Bay hung on for a 5-4 win. Today, right-hander Alex Cobb goes to the hill, looking to continue his dominance over the O's. We have a gorgeous Sunday afternoon in the Monument City of Baltimore, Maryland. The wrap-up game of this 4-game series between the Rays and the Baltimore Orioles. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to an afternoon of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson. I'm Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. We'll be hearing from Todd Callis throughout the afternoon as well. When you think of home runs in these two teams, you would normally think of the Baltimore Orioles. They're second in the league in home runs, but yesterday it was the Rays hitting 3 home runs, leading the way to victory.
How about this? The Rays 3 home runs yesterday. That was the 5th time that they've hit 3 or more home runs in a ball game. All 5 times coming against American League East foes, and 2nd time that they have victimized the Baltimore Orioles. And it got started early too, with Desmond Jennings leading off the ball game with a home run. Logan Forsythe really liked the swings that he put on the baseball. And then how about Kiermaier on a 2-strike slider, pulling that ball out there to right center. Yeah, usually not scoring a whole lot of runs with the home run, but they came up big yesterday and leading them to that 5-4 win.
Alex Cobb will be on the hill for the Rays today, trying to get some run support. He will control what he can control. He's been working diligently on mechanics.
And you know what he has controlled is this Baltimore lineup. When you look at what he's done against them over the course of his career, tremendous numbers all the way around. And Alex Cobb, listen, you look at the Orioles and you say they live and die by the home run. And a lot of those numbers right there for Alex Cobb, the reason that they're so good is because he has done a great job of keeping Baltimore in the yard. That right there, his career against Baltimore spans 33 innings. He's only given up 1 home run to this team, and that's why you see that ERA as low as it is and the 3-1 record. He's also struck out more than 1 an inning. Also, he'll look to keep that going, and there's no reason to think that he won't have a similar outing today.
Well, you see Alex with a 2-6 record and a 4.10 earned run mark, opposed by right-hander Miguel Gonzalez. He is 4-5, comes in with an earned run mark of just under 4.5. Rays and the Orioles concluding this 4-game series. The Rays go for a series win, trying to take 3 out of 4 from Baltimore before moving on to New York and eventually into Detroit on this 3-city trip. First pitch right around the corner. Rays and the Orioles from Oriole Park at Camden Yards this afternoon. The temperature 81 degrees. Another beautiful day for baseball. We'll take a look at the starting lineup for the Rays, presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Desmond Jennings leads off in center field. Then Ben Zobrist again at shortstop. No Escobar. Matt Joyce in left. Evan Longoria at third. James Loney at first. Brandon Guyer will serve as the DH today, with Logan Forsythe getting a start again at second base. Jose Molina will catch, and Kevin Kiermaier in there hitting ninth, playing right field.
And that Rays lineup is going to take a look at right-hander Miguel Gonzalez this afternoon, making his 13th start of the season. Hits his third start since coming back off of the disabled list with a strained right oblique, and the return has not been as smooth as Miguel would have liked. A 1-1 record, but in 10 innings of work, he's given up 17 hits and 7 earned runs. Now let's take a look at the defense as it lines up behind Gonzalez this afternoon. In the outfield left to right, Steve Pearce, Adam Jones, and Nick Markakis. Across the infield third to first, Manny Machado, J.J. Hardy, Jonathan Scope, and Chris Davis. Nick Hundley will be behind the plate.
With Buck Showalter, he has his club a game and a half out in the American League East in his 5th year as the manager here of the Baltimore Orioles, overseeing the Baltimore turnaround. And Joe Madden, 9th season as the Rays skipper, with the Rays coming in 34-49, and it's hard to give up the idea that they could still compete in this season. And Joe Madden is zeroed in on this game here as a very important matchup.
Yeah, and you got to absolutely agree with that. Here's the thing: if the Rays are going to make a move and make the rest of this season interesting, obviously you got to win a lot of games, but especially within your division, you really have to run roughshod from here on out, and that is taking 3 out of 4, not splitting this 4-game 2-2.
Our Buick big matchup will be Desmond Jennings against Miguel Gonzalez for this reason. 6 hits in his career off Gonzalez, 4 of those home runs. And Jennings opened the game yesterday with a home run. First pitch of this game upstairs. First pitch presented by Pinch a Penny. So we are underway. 82 degrees here. 1-0 the count to Jennings. 1-1.
Well, you look at Miguel Gonzalez and his numbers. You know, he's given up 11 home runs this year in 68 1/3 innings. He doesn't have enough innings to qualify, but if he did, he would be tied for 6th in Major League Baseball in most home runs per 9 innings at 1.45. So he will give up the long ball.
It's a 2-1 count.
In fact, the guy that started yesterday, Wei-Yin Chen, he's at 1.46. Both of these guys not overpowering, not a lot of late movement on the pitches.
Well, Gonzalez will challenge hitters, and 9 of those home runs have been solo shots. And as you point out, not overpowering. But the Orioles will tell you they do like his approach, his ability to challenge hitters, his stick-to-itiveness. I think he has a certain toughness on the mound that transcends his ability.
And what they're looking for from Miguel going forward is a little bit more length out of his starts. You know, so far this year he's averaging just 5.5 innings per start. Like to see that number start to rise just a little bit. But yeah, he is a tough-minded guy, and that ability to challenge hitters shows you that.
Gives up a walk to Jennings to start this game. So the Rays will try to do something with that. Lead-off walk.
Well, that's really is what has hurt him. You know, he went back on the disabled list at the beginning of June, has made 2 starts since then. One of them against the Rays. He picked up a win in that game, but the Rays did get 4 earned runs off of him in 5 innings. But it has been just too many base runners.
And it has been a battle for Gonzalez in his career. He's had to compete. He was an undrafted free agent originally signed by the Angels. Red Sox made him a Rule 5 pick, let him go, and the Orioles signed him as a free agent again. 1-0 the count on Ben Zobrist. So he's not had much handed to him. He's had to go in and compete for jobs throughout his career, and now a member of the Baltimore rotation. Zobrist pulls it toward the right field corner. Fair ball and back into the corner. Markakis will have to go in after it. Jennings heads for the plate. He's going to score. Plays at third, and Zobrist is out there. Double and a run batted in for Zobrist. He's out trying to stretch it into 3. And the Rays take a 1-0 lead.
Now, you'd never like to get someone thrown out at third base, but you can understand Ben Zobrist being aggressive and making that leadoff walk here in the first inning, come back to haunt Gonzalez. Didn't take long. Pitch out over the plate. And right field, that corner can get interesting. We saw Ben get a triple down in that corner in yesterday's ball game. But the Orioles do a better job here on the relay, being able to peg him at third.
Scope in the middle of that play. 9-4-5 to get Zobrist at third base. So a run home with 1 out. The base is empty for Matt Joyce. And there's a pitch that comes back to grab the corner.
Well, we've seen this Rays offense much more productive. You go back the last week and a half, 2 weeks, doing a better job with runners in scoring possession, doing a better job just overall of scoring runs.
There's a liner headed toward the wall and right, back in the direction of the corner. Joyce on his way to second, and he's in head first ahead of the throw. So a double for Matt Joyce. That's number 17 for Matt.
Well, so often, you know, when the Rays were in their dry spell offensively, pitches out over the plate, they were not getting to them. Well, they are here in the early going today. They have been recently, and another ball that was elevated allowed Matt to get the barrel to it. Another extra base hit here for the Rays in the first inning.
Another run scoring opportunity with Evan Longoria at the plate. That's a strike. Evan 6 of 21 in his career against Miguel Gonzalez with a home run. 10 home runs overall this year for Longoria. Sharply hit foul down in front of Tom Foley. Evan behind 0-2. Longoria hitting .333 with men in scoring position. He's got one out there right now.
And being ahead in the count, if Gonzalez so chooses to go away from Evan here, we've seen him shoot that ball the other way. He's got plenty of room to work with on the right side.
Pitch down and away. 1-2.
Jonathan Scope really shading him up the middle. Chris Davis well off the bag at first. See those 14 hits to the right side. Especially in this situation, looking to cover everything here with 2 strikes.
And again, he lays off the pitch away.
And Gonzalez, he's going to come at you with the fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. He's got the 4 principles. And he does a nice job overall of maintaining a mix. He doesn't get real predictable in certain counts.
Evan fouls the fastball back at a healthy cut.
Now you see some of these guys, they'll throw 3 or 4 pitches, but you know, with 2 strikes, you know, we'll look at Alex Cobb. Alex Cobb has, you know, the fastball, curveball, changeup, but you know, with 2 strikes, that changeup usage goes through the roof. You know, not the case with Miguel Gonzalez. He maintains a pretty good mix of everything.
And a foul tip strikeout Gonzalez went up a bit with that pitch and strikes out Evan Longoria.
Well, he kept it away from him, but a little bit too much elevation. You could just barely hear. He drives that fastball up in the zone. Evan just a piece. Not quite able to get up to it.
2 outs with a run home. Here's James Loney. 281 overall. The one hit he has in the series, a home run. Batting .299 with runners in scoring position. Trying to pick up Joyce off second base. Loney's home run came Friday, connecting off Chris Tillman. Gave the Rays a short lead in game 2 of the doubleheader. Nothing at 2 with a breaking ball.
Yeah, that was a nice curveball there by Gonzalez, able to drop that in on the outside corner to the left-handed hitter. James Loney, though, one of those hitters not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. Does not change his approach at all. And that's a good thing.
1-2. Jennings opened with a walk. He was doubled home by Zobrist. Zobrist cut down trying to stretch it into a triple. Matt Joyce followed with a double. Longoria has struck out. Loney behind in the count. A ball, 2 strikes. Bounds it back. Pitch might have been up a little bit, but Loney liked that pitch on 1-2.
Well, Gonzalez, what he did well with that pitch is he kept it in and close to James Loney. I think James trying to fight that thing off. That looked to be a borderline type of pitch. And you still haven't had, Gabe Morales, now the home plate umpire. You're still not sure what his overall strike zone is. So early on, everything close, you got to try to fight it off.
Into left field toward the line. Pierce on the move for it, makes the catch. And that retires the side. Rays settle for a run on 2 hits. We got to the bottom of the first. Rays lead 1-0. For the Baltimore Orioles, presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Nick Markakis, Steve Pearce, and Adam Jones. Down the middle, the DH, Nelson Cruz, Chris Davis, and J.J. Hardy. And the bottom 3, Manny Machado, Jonathan Scope, and Nick Hundley.
Well, taking the mound this afternoon for the Tampa Bay Rays, and a very big start for him. His right-hander Alex Cobb making his 11th start of the season, 2-6 record, 4.10 earned run average, and really since coming off the disabled list, Alex looking for some consistency. Had some very good outings, some not so good outings, looking to put it all together here this afternoon.
It will be Nick Markakis to lead it off. Markakis at 296 to start play. First pitch from Alex Cobb is up and away. Well, Markakis has been in that leadoff spot for most of the year. Right now with 99 hits. Adam Jones has 100 to lead this team in that department. There's a strike. It's 1-1.
I'll tell you, Nick Markakis, he is not your prototypical leadoff man, but he has done a nice job in that role for Buck Showalter. He's now hit leadoff 162 games, and he's a .311 hitter, .364 on base.
It's inside 2-1, and he likes to get it started early. He's been very good in the first inning. He's hitting .385 in his first at bat of games in the first inning.
Well, that's coming in prepared, having a game plan, knowledge about what the pitcher's going to try and do, and being able to execute it.
With a ground ball and a stop by Forsythe, scrambles after it and makes the play at first. Boy, Markakis tried to get it through the hole on the right side, and Forsythe just would not allow it.
No, it was hit so sharply that even though Forsythe didn't come up with it clean, he was able to recover quickly and still get Markakis at first base. That was a heck of a play by Logan Forsythe on a ball ripped into the hole. Knock it down, scramble to your feet, spin and throw. Very well done by the Rays second baseman.
It's a nice pick-me-up for Cobb out there on the very first hitter, and a nice play by Forsythe. Pierce takes the pitch in there for a strike.
You know, we have that same look today with the Rays in their infield. Logan's over at second base. Obviously, Ben Zobrist at short. Evans back at third.
1-1 strike. There's some energy out there with this infield crew. Evident on that first play by Logan Forsythe. It's fouled outside of third.
Well, let's take a look at the rest of the Rays defense as it lines up in the outfield. From left to right, we go Joyce, Jennings, and Kiermaier. And then in that infield, of course, Longoria, Zobrist, Forsythe, Loney at first. Jose Molina gets the start today behind the plate.
Hot shot, that's foul. Between Bobby Dickerson, the third base coach, and the stands as the ball ricochets back out into left.
Well, if there's one thing you want to look for in Alex Cobb this afternoon, you look for the changeup. And if it's got good finish to it, then you know that everything mechanically with Alex Cobb is sound. And if that's the case, he should have a big day. If it's flattening out, things could get interesting.
Popper, short right center. Forsythe out from second base, and in between Kiermaier and Jennings, it's Forsythe making the catch.
You know, we were talking earlier about Alex Cobb and consistency of performance since the stint on the DL. He's had 7 starts since coming off the disabled list. He's 1-5, an ERA of over 5. But how about this? He's had 3 of the 7 starts giving up 1 or 0 earned runs, and 3 of the starts giving up 6 earned or more. And that is, you talk about opposite ends of the spectrum.
Well, and he had said, we talked about this a couple starts ago, when he does not have a good start, he says it drives him borderline crazy until he can get out there the next time, and he does spend a lot of time replaying the previous start in his mind and trying to break his whole game down.
That is the toughest thing about being a starting pitcher and knowing that you're not an everyday player. If you have a rough one, it sits with you for far too long, it feels like. You have a good outing, it feels like you're pitching the next day. You have a bad outing, those 5 days feel like a month.
And he goes out there, he has to feel that he's pitching on the edge of the volcano, because he just has not gotten any support at all. When you think about the 10 starts he's made, he's had exactly 12 runs of support in those starts. I mean, that's just unbelievable when you think about it, because he got 4 runs in 1 start against Houston. Well, that leaves 9 starts when he got a total of 8 runs. And this Toyota trend is a tough one for a pitcher who's trying to win games.
Yeah, well, you're not going to. If you're getting 12 runs of support in 10 starts, you'd be lucky that you have 2 wins. And I think the thing with Alex is he just wants consistency of his own performance. That's the thing about wins. There are so many variables that go into picking up a win. But if you feel like you're throwing the ball well each and every time out, you're obviously going to increase those odds. And that's what Alex is looking for. But the lack of run support at this stage is alarming.
And there's a nice pitch right there. He had Jones reaching for that one. Out on strikes. Take a look at this one. It was bread and butter. 1, 2, 3. Go the Orioles. 1-0 Rays. Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. And by Big Philly Flavor, small price. Checkers, Philly cheesesteak, and the new Chicken Philly. Each just $1.99. From Oriole Park on to inning 2, Brandon Guyer swings and misses the first pitch. Guyer, the designated hitter for the Rays. Matt Joyce in the lineup.
Well, I like that they continue to find ways to get Guyer into the game. The more that you see of Brandon, the more that you like of him. You see him a lot of times, too, aggressive early in the game with swings, and he'll miss pitches badly, but then make the proper adjustment to be on them later in that at bat or even later in the game.
Puts him down on the count, 1-2.
Well, he's missed the slider badly, and right there he missed the curveball badly. Check those two off and see if you can make the adjustment.
He lays off the pitch, and it's 2-2. Well, you see it the first time around, and that's why when you look at pitchers, the challenge for them, first time through, normally pretty good. Second time, third time, maybe not so good. Those hitters get a little better idea of what they're dealing with. That's out of play, holding the count at 2-2.
And that's why you've got to. That's one of the other challenges of a starting pitcher. Coming out of the bullpen, you may pitch an inning and two, go through the lineup one time max. And so you can go out there and attack those guys one way. As a starter, you've got to attack these hitters multiple.
Now the count is full.
And there are still some guys that you can get out with the same pitch over and over and over again. However, getting to that pitch, a lot of times you've got to mix up the sequencing. This is a pretty good pitch here by Gonzalez. Not getting it.
Geyer under it, pops it to the right side. Davis along the foul line back at first in foul territory. That's the first out. It's going to bring up Logan Forsythe, and he's had a nice run recently, both defensively and at the plate. You can see the last 9 games, 8 games, this one the 9th, 12 out of 26.
The numbers are nice, but I liked his swings yesterday even more. They were aggressive.
Takes a strike. Forsythe belting his first home run of the year in the game yesterday.
There was really no thought. I mean, his swings, they were decisive. I mean, he just was like, boom, hands right to the baseball. Not out there feeling around for it or trying to maneuver the pitch or put it into play. I mean, he really attacked the baseball, and that's what you really like about what he's been doing and why he's out there again.
It's a 2-1 count. Well, he got the start yesterday against the left-hander Chen. But he was out of the game after 3 1/3. So he had a couple of at-bats against him. And then later in the game, had the infield hit off a right-hander, and he walked his last time up in yesterday's game, and has worked the count to 3-1 against the right-hander Miguel Gonzalez in his first at bat today. And he draws the walk, on base again.
Well, another leadoff walk. See if the Rays can make it hurt. We saw those numbers. Listen, Joe Maddon is he's going to run out the hot hand. He wants to, he knows the team needs to win games. He himself has said how important this game is in particular, especially because it's within the division. So, he had options. Cole Figueroa could have played second base if he wanted a lefty, on the day game, but he's going to run out the guys that are producing now.
Well, here's Jose Molina. He's hitting 169. Now with 3 runs batted in, and he has collected a few hits recently after struggling mightily in the first part of this year. Fly ball into right, sending Markakis back. He makes the catch on the track. And Molina is out number 2.
And right now, Miguel Gonzalez not fooling a whole lot of Rays hitters. They've hit a number of balls hard and drawn a couple of walks. This ball hit hard the other way by Molina, but a nice job by Markakis to get back on it and make a nice running catch.
Forsythe still at first with 2 outs. Kevin Kiermaier singled and homered yesterday out of the 9th spot. The number 9 hitter again today. Hitting .301 to begin play today. Meyer pulling off the pitch. That's a strike. Popped up, foul. That's coming straight back and is out of play. Having down in the count.
Well, thus far, Kiermaier showing the ability to hit for average over 300, hit for some power. I think that was a little unexpected. 5 home runs, 4 traditional, 1 inside the park, but still, even the one that he hit yesterday to right center off a 2-strike breaking ball. Been performing very well.
1-2 on the ground, and that's going to go through the right side. They had the shift on for him. Forsythe goes to third. And the Rays will have men on the corners for the top of the lineup. Even with the shift on, Kiermaier got it through.
No, he hit that ball hard. That's the thing. If you're going to get one through the shift on the ground, and you can see where the Orioles are right here, you've got to be able to hit that ball hard. And that's exactly what Kiermaier did. Split him right down the middle. And that just has allowed another 2-strike breaking ball. And Kiermaier, I'll tell you, if he would have hung with this just a little bit longer, he may have been able to get into second, as that ball was misplayed out there in the outfield. But regardless, first and third, 1 out.
In the top of the order, Desmond Jennings, who walked and scored in the first. Desmond has had success against Gonzalez in the past. Kiermaier back in at first.
Well, Miguel Gonzalez is going to keep his eye on Kiermaier, not knowing if the Rays will try to pull something here. And this is part of the game that Miguel Gonzalez has really struggled in, is stolen bases. You know, 171 in the third innings last year. He gave up 2 stolen bases. This year already 9.
Pitch is upstairs. Gabe Morales calling the balls and strikes.
You could even see on that pitch how long Gonzalez held the ball. Has a whole lot more to do with Kiermaier than it does Desmond Jennings.
Two and nothing.
Well, this is what you want. You get a pitcher that's throws over and then holds the ball for a long time. His next 2 pitches, you get yourself out of rhythm. Now he's behind on Desmond. Now what do you come with?
A cut and a miss. 2-1. Well, as you mentioned earlier, Gonzalez an assortment of pitches: slider, curveball. He's got that split change, and he'll use all of those pitches.
Yeah, he doesn't get pigeonholed into if I'm ahead or behind, I go with certain pitches. He will use all 4, and he did that right there.
Foul ball runs the count to 2-2.
And he's one of those guys, too, when you watch him throw all 4 of those pitches, he doesn't have a wow pitch. He doesn't have anything that just is special, but they're all good. He's got a good idea of what he's doing out there, and he'll use both sides of the plate. That's where the success comes from.
Two, and Desmond out on strikes. Pitch darting away from him. Slider got him. The Rays lead 2 and lead 1-0.
Bottom half of the second inning with Alex Cobb on the mound. You know how Joe Madden is, guys. Game 84, he says, is the same as game 1, game 162. But today, before the game, he had a little different mindset when talking about the importance of winning this series.
We've used up all our mulligans, man. We just got to get it rolling. You know, I try not to place more emphasis or weight on any particular game, but right now we put ourselves in positions now. Like I said, it's about winning series, and this happens to be a 4-game series. So we have to do something, reach down a little bit more deeply right now, and somehow it'd be very nice to win this game today, moving into New York City.
He calls winning 2 out of 3 meatloaf because 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And for 3 out of 4, he says he likes strip steaks, doesn't want to call it a New York strip. So if the Rays win today, he's going with the Tampa Bay strip for 3 out of 4, guys.
And he's right. If you do the math on that, they're going to have to win out, really, in terms of series to have a shot. It's interesting, you know, the desire and what this club has done over the last 6 years. The desire to get to the postseason is so strong that it's still here in Joe Madden discussing that with a record of 34 and 49. And so you think about what that would require, and he's right about the need to win series. They'd pretty much have to win out every series the rest of the season if they were to get to, say, 88 wins, which you figure might even have a chance to win the division with 88 or 89 wins. Cruz with a 2-1 pitch takes it the other way, and he has a leadoff single. Nelson Cruz aboard. So that pretty much would give the Rays winning 54 out of the final 79 games left. And any way you slice it, they're going to have to win series. And that's what he's after with this one, to win a series here in Baltimore. 1 on, nobody out. Here's Chris Davis. Bunts the Rays with that big shift on, and he bunts that one foul right back into the stands.
Well, that tells you a little bit about the mindset of Chris Davis. We've talked this entire series that the swing is just not there right now. The consistency of the swing, there's a lot of holes in it right now, and he was looking with a base runner aboard to go ahead and take that single the other way. You can see right there in June, 6 home runs. He's going to run into some because he's so strong, but the average more telling.
And he bunts again. Cobb with the pickup, and the throw to first will get him as Cruz moves up to second. So that goes as a sacrifice for Chris Davis. How about that?
Hey, listen, you take this all day long, and the fans here in Baltimore clapping. Hey, listen, if he's going to do that, you better come out with a hit. You don't even want him to do that. But a sacrifice bunt from Chris Davis, thank you very much.
Davis last year, 53 home runs and 370 total bases.
The least likely sacrifice bunt that you're going to get. Well, there you go. First one ever.
And Alex Cobb came away stretching a little bit from getting down and making that play. Molina went out there, and as Gabe Morales started out, Molina left, but Cobb went behind the mound, did a little knee bend, and the Rays are going to take a look at him.
Obviously, having the strained oblique earlier in the season, you're not going to mess around with Alex Cobb doing any extra stretching. But he had, and when they came out of the dugout, he had said, hey, stay there, I'm fine.
He made that throw and then a little stretching right there. Well, you can't blame Joe Madden and Ron Porterfield for checking with him anyway, even though he said, look, I'm fine, but they had to make sure. J.J. Hardy takes a strike. Hardy hitting .290. Fair scoop by Longoria into the dirt, scooped over there by Loney. Evan making sure the Cruz stayed put at second. And a nice job by Loney on the receiving end.
Yeah, that was not a very good throw there by Evan on the run. Nice job of getting to it, looking back, and then this throw far short. That's a tough scoop, but James Loney, a good glove man down there at first. This throw just dies.
Boy, that's a great example of the value of Loney. When you have him over there at first, it makes an infield better. And a great job on that pickup. Manny Machado. Swinging over that one. Strike one. Rays got a run in the first. They left 2 on in the second. Out to second base. That's Forsythe making the play. Machado's out. So are the Orioles. We go to the third. 1-0 Tampa Bay. Looking for something fun to do this summer? Then come play where the Rays play at the Rays Summer Baseball Camp. You can create your own memories by hitting at home plate like Evan Longoria or pitching from the mound like David Price. Register by going to raysbaseball.com/camps. Rays facing Miguel Gonzalez, the 31-year-old right-hander. Vin Zobrist, who doubled in a run in the first, will lead off the third. First pitch, breaking ball in there for a strike to start him. Rays had a chance to get more in the first and a chance in the second inning. 0 for 3 today with runners in scoring position. Scope at second handles this ground ball, and Zobrist is the first out. And despite winning 5-4 yesterday, the Rays were 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position in the game yesterday. Hitting .231 overall as a team. The pitching certainly has picked up and settled in where you expected that it might be. In fact, the team ERA is now 5th best in the American League, and over this stretch it has been very good, more resembling the kind of pitching the Rays have been used to getting.
I think that's what gives you hope that this team could get on a nice run and make things interesting because of that pitching staff and how dominating they can be. That's the thing, and not just good numbers, but they can dominate ball games. The bullpen can dominate. You know that they're going to catch the baseball. Offense has been troublesome over the course of the year, but you've got Kiermaier out there now, Geyer, both of those two guys right now combined to hitting right around 300. So you've got some different bodies out there that are swinging the bats well.
And here's Joyce swinging the bat well, deep and gone. Right center field. Boy, he got hold of that one for his 4th home run of the year. And it gives the Rays a 2-0 lead. Well, Matt had been waiting for that one for a long time. And boy, did he get into this one. No doubt upon contact.
Well, early on we talked about the fact that Gonzalez will give up the long ball. You could see the changeup split those fingers, and that ball just kind of tumbles right into the middle of the zone, and Matt Joyce destroys it.
Matt's first home run since early May, on the 11th of May, when he homered against Cleveland. .103.9 off the bat. 103.9, and now here's Longoria lining one to center, caught by Adam Jones for the second out.
You know, Dwayne, you go back to talking about this team getting on a run for all those different reasons that we just talked about, but you know, here's the other thing. Quite frankly, the American League East stinks. This is not a good division. There's not a solid team through and through. You know, Boston has just overtaken the Rays for fewest runs scored in the American League.
Yep.
You know, I mean, you can look at big holes on each and every team, but you look at that Rays pitching staff, top to bottom, they get just a little bit of help. They can shake things up a little bit, I think.
James Loney taking a pitch down, 1 ball, no strikes.
The problem is they put themselves in such a hole that the effort is going to have to be Herculean. But they could definitely make some teams sweat.
Only fouls it away, and the count goes to 1-1. Well, as Joe Madden put it this morning, they've used up all their mulligans.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to be right on and score enough runs and get the consistent pitching, and then go on and win games, win series enough so that they could get somewhere in the mid to upper 80s. And the upper 80s could do the trick in the American League East this year. Loney didn't like the call on that last pitch. He's down in the count 1-2. Reaching to tap this one foul and continue the at bat. Going to get to 88. In the win column, the Rays would need to go 54 and 25. That's the Herculean effort that you referenced.
And I think the only way that you can go 54 and 25, and you may not even be able to, that may not be something you can do, but if you could, David Price has to be a part of it. He can't be. If he's gone, you're not going to go 54 and 25.
So the Rays have to make the decision.
Yeah.
Is that something that's realistic? Although it might not be probable, it's possible. Now the ball lost. Scope lost it, and Davis comes over from first to handle Loney's pop-up. Rays get a run on the home run by Matt Joyce. We'll go to the bottom of the third. It's 2-0 Tampa Bay. Wine and baseball make a great pairing. Join us at Winefest Friday, July 11th, when the Rays take on the Blue Jays. Purchase this special ticket package and receive a discounted seat in the lower level, a Rays baseball bottle stopper, and a voucher for one prepackaged glass of wine. Visit RaysBaseball.com/special events. With Toronto in town, that might make that an international wine fest. Jonathan Scope, and he takes the first pitch in there, strike one. Scope, Hundley, and Markakis do. Oh, 2. Cobb gave up the base hit to lead off the second. Picked up by Nelson Cruz. And took care of the rest of the inning all right. Rays so far in the season series against Baltimore, 3-8. 2 of those wins have come here in Baltimore. And that is strike 3. Second strikeout for Cobb.
You don't need to look any further than that pitch right there. You talk about the finish on Cobb's changeup so far here in the early going. This is what you're getting, out of the hand and then straight to the ground. And that was a nasty pitch there. Jonathan Scope, he sees it comes out, starts about knee high, and then just absolutely dive bombs right into the dirt.
And that's a good example. We've talked before about when hitters lose sight of a baseball, you know, and whether you actually see the ball off the bat. Here's Hundley with a looper into center, falling in front of Jennings. And they're anticipating where that pitch may be, and when the bottom falls out like that, no chance.
You know, that's why Alex Cobb can be so predictable with 2 strikes, number one, and also so effective, because he has one of those pitches that stays in the strike zone longer than other guys, you know, split changeups. It stays in the zone, you know, until that point that a hitter has to make a determination on the swing. And that's when it starts its movement. That's when you hear about a guy with a really good slider and they talk about late movement. Late movement, all that means is that the break starts at the time the decision needs to be made to swing at that pitch. Other guys will start to roll a little bit sooner. Guys with late break, that's what it means, and that's why you have to commit, and by the time you do, that's when the ball starts its move and takes itself off the plate.
One strike to count on Nick Markakis.
Not all breaking balls, not all sliders, not all changeups are created equal.
Down and in, snap throw to first, grabbed by Loney on the foul side of the bag with Hundley back in.
And a nice job by Loney to save that ball from going down into the corner. You did have Kevin Kiermaier coming over to back that play up, but the quick snap throw. You got to make sure your first baseman's there too.
Yeah, because Wayne Kirby's not going to catch it for you.
No.
And neither will Tony Randazzo. Lifted beyond third, foul. The 11th start of the year for Alex Cobb. Coming off Monday's start against Pittsburgh, when he pitched 5 innings, gave up 6 runs, 6 hits, and walked 3. Well, those are foreign numbers to Alex Cobb. And a roller foul holds the count at a ball, 2 strikes on Markakis.
I really don't think that Alex Cobb has been very happy with how he's felt mechanically. You know, he had a change in his mechanics. He used to be very fluid in his delivery to home plate, and now, especially out of the windup, he's got that, you know, that leg that's at about a 45-degree angle out in front of him. There's a slight pause as he gathers himself over the rubber. There's a lot more going on with Alex and his mechanics now than there were, you know, prior to this change, and this change has led itself to some inconsistent outings.
Into left center field. 2 hops and to the wall. Hundley being waved around third. Here's the throw to the plate, and he is out at the plate. Rays cut down a potential run, and a nice job on that play from left center field. The relay and a strike to the plate in plenty of time.
I'll tell you something right there. Bobby Dickerson down at third base, a colossal mistake. This play wasn't even close. Markakis juices this ball out into the gap, and instead of allowing yourself runners on second and third here, I mean, I'll tell you, you know, there are 2 outs, and you're thinking aggressive here, but look how this play, not even close. Plenty of time for Molina to get out there.
The Orioles had the catcher Hundley running, trying to score. 2 gone. Markakis winds up at third on the play.
When you think of the possibilities that they would have had, you've got Pierce up here, who's really been
he's been murder against the Rays.
He has. You got Jones on deck, and you could have had second and third with 1 out. I know you want to score some runs, but
1-1.
And the thing about it, too, is you didn't even force the Rays to have to make 2 perfect relay throws. All they had to do was get it close.
Two and one. And there's the wider look, and you can see the Rays and the relay throw to the plate. You can see where the runner was.
Just too easy. He's a step and a half, 2 steps past third base as Ben Zobrist is getting ready to wind up and uncork that throw to Molina.
Ground ball through the left side, and Pierce drives in the run. Pierce continues to sting the Rays, driving in his 21st run of the year.
Yeah, that one hurts because you're 1 out away from getting out of that inning after a nice play at the plate, and Steve Pierce comes back to haunt the Rays pitching staff once again. And this is one of those split changeups that doesn't have the finish, stays right out over the plate, and Pierce able to turn and burn.
The RBI single makes it a 2-1 ball game. Pierce had hit .360 off Rays pitching for the year coming into this game. Pitch to Adam Jones is low. So with 2 outs, Baltimore with a run. Now 2-1 Rays. Pierce back in at first. Jones out on strikes his first time. One ball, 1 strike. Jones now 3 for 17 in his career against Alex Cobb. Nelson Cruz is on deck. Cobb misses high with his fastball. 2-1.
Those numbers because Alex Cobb and his ability to change speeds and take advantage of the aggressiveness of Adam Jones' swing. The problem with that is here in the month of June, Adam Jones has been hitting everything.
Taps it foul. Well, he almost hit that pitch right off the dirt.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. How do you, number one, swing at that? Well, we know because it's Adam Jones. Number 2, how do you make contact with that pitch?
Yep.
I mean, that was a sharp breaking ball by Alex Cobb. And see those numbers in June. Impressive.
Count has gone to 2-2. Runner goes. The pitch looped into right. Base hit. Kiermaier makes the pickup. With Pierce on the move, he goes to third. It's 4 straight hits for Baltimore as Jones drops one into right. Jim Hickey heads to the mound.
Well, there's a delivery there by Alex Cobb. Going to go with a fastball. And Adam Jones is able to just inside out that ball, and that's what we're talking about. This guy is red hot. Everything dropping for him right now, and the Orioles just will not go away quietly here in the 3rd inning.
They got Scope to start it, and since then 4 consecutive hits. The Orioles have had a man thrown out at the plate. They've scored 1. They have 2 on now, first and third, with 2 outs, and Nelson Cruz about to step in.
And the only thing that really has saved the Rays this half inning is the Orioles' greed. I mean, they could have had Pierce at the plate, runners on second and third, and 1 out. Got greedy, got a man thrown out at home plate by a wide margin, and still.
Well, here's Cruz, 25 home runs, tied for the major league lead in that department. Ground ball short. Zobrist gets rid of it for the force at second on the toss to Forsythe. That will retire the side. Zobrist to Forsythe to force Adam Jones. Out of all of that, the Orioles score 1 and the Rays lead 2-1. Baltimore in the game today and all season long. Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. Rays scored a run in the first, a run in the third on a home run by Matt Joyce. Brandon Guyer opens the fourth. It's a high fly ball. Adam Jones in center field is there waiting. 1 away. Logan Forsythe. A couple of walks issued in this game by Gonzalez, and Forsythe drew 1 in the second. Desmond Jennings opened the game with a walk and scored on a double by Ben Zobrist. Logan takes the first pitch strike. One and one. This is the 11th start Gonzalez has made against the Rays. 4-3 against him overall, and 1-2 here in Baltimore. 2 balls and a strike. Base hit up the middle. Well, Forsythe continues his hot hitting. He's on with 1 out in the 4th.
Yeah, good for him. I mean, his swings have been much better. The numbers obviously much better. Another good strong swing right here and hammering this ball right back up the middle. He's really shortened that swing down. And you can see he just is allowing that ball to get deep and trusting his hands and being more aggressive. And now going to second base. Looks like on a balk call.
And Buck Showalter wants an explanation. So Forsythe, who had singled on for the 6th consecutive time, has been moved up to second on a balk call. That's Gabe Morales, the plate umpire. Let's take a look at that.
Well, you looking at, well, there you go. Looking in for the sign. And foot firmly in front of that rubber, and you drop the baseball. I'll tell you what, that was one of those always when you went to the first time you played in a league where guys could lead off and you pitched out of the stretch. That was the first fear you had. You can't drop the baseball. You're back there. A lot of guys will roll it around before they get the grip. And that one cost Miguel Gonzalez 90 feet.
Yeah, and I guess the Bucks' only argument would be whether time was in or not. And so it's a balk with Forsythe now in scoring position. Molina hits it to the right side. Let's Scope up with it. Floats his throw to first. Forsythe goes to third.
That's a nice productive at bat by Jose Molina. Go ahead and inside out that ball the other way. Look for the hole right there. Not able to quite get it there, but now you're 90 feet away and you got more chances here to score.
Kevin Kiermaier, who singled his first time, is up.
You start to think about Kiermaier's one of those guys. They a lot of times try to get him out on curveballs below the strike zone. Nick Hundley, not the stronger of the defensive catchers back there.
And there's a bunt first base side. Davis will race him to the bag and beat him in. Kiermaier trying to bunt his way on and get the run home. Rays leave a man at third. They lead 2-1.
In some conversation with Eric Bedard. Big day today for Yunel Escobar as he and Porterfield were testing that right shoulder before the game. Joe Maddon said this was the big test to find out whether Escobar could play in the Yankee series or if the Rays had to think about a DL situation. Porterfield said there was some improvement, but as you guys look at this, not really going full out with the throws, so we'll have to see what the Rays decide. Escobar hasn't played since Tuesday, so in essence you can backdate if he is to go on the DL all the way back to Wednesday, which means he would only need another 10 days on the 15-day DL if the Rays elect to go in that direction, guys.
Yeah, frankly, we were watching them before the game. We like Porterfield's arm better than Escobar's arm right now.
Hands down.
I mean,
hands down.
Porterfield had a little pop on those return throws. Chris Davis leads off the bottom of the 4th. Pitch is down, a ball, no strikes.
Yeah, and this is not the road trip to be playing a man down. 11 games in 10 days against pretty good competition.
Orioles, Yankees, and Tigers on this trip. Oh my. That's foul out of play by Davis. 1-1. 5-0 for the Rays, 1-5-0 for Baltimore. Just missed. 2-1. Rays continue to use the shift. Davis bunted against that his first time and put down a sacrifice. 2-2.
I think right now Davis looking for any way to get on. That particular situation, there was a runner at first with nobody out, and so you're looking to maybe put runners on first and second. Turned out to be a sac bunt. But right now the swing is not where he would like it to be.
The count's going to be full. Lifted to the left side. That's Longoria into shallow left, shading his eyes to make the catch. You think about the season that Davis had last year, not only home runs, but RBIs and doubles. You just put home runs and doubles together. He had 53 home runs and 42 doubles. And when you think about hitters who've done that, Babe Ruth, Albert Bell. Ruth in 1921 hit 59 home runs with 44 doubles, and Albert Bell in 95 hit 50 home runs with 52 doubles. So that's quite a combination of power with those home run and doubles totals. And then along came Davis last year with 53 home runs and 42 doubles. 1-0 to J.J. Hardy. That's a strike. 1-1. And Davis, the other thing about Davis bunting that first time up, he dominated against right-handed pitching last year. He had 317 against right-handed pitching with 40 of those homers off right-handers, and he was bunting today against the right-hander Cobb.
Yeah, with a runner on first, that just speaks to his swing right now. And obviously we've seen the holes that are in it, and I think he is recognizing that, trying to do different ways to be productive. But right now, this game is it's a league of adjustments, and he had a big year last year, but the swing this year looks like it's just it's gotten loopier. Teams have found different ways to attack him, and they've been successful doing it.
It's grounded through the hole on the left side. Hardy has a base hit.
And the last couple of split changeups that Alex Cobb has gone to have not had the good finish. Pierce put one in the hole, and then right there, J.J. Hardy able to use the same hole on basically the same pitch. And that's what you want to look for out of Alex, because that'll let you know where he's at. And this ball just does not quite have the same strong finish as some of the ones did earlier in the game.
Hardy at first. Here's Machado. He grounded out to Forsythe his first time. Fastball is upstairs.
And that's another tell. The fastball up. He's had a number of those where you can clearly see that he wants to go down with the fastball and he's getting underneath it just a little bit.
Fly ball right field. Kiermaier's going to have to go back. That's got some carry and gets out of here. Off the bat, Kiermaier came in a couple of steps, and that ball wound up carrying out of here. Machado drops it into the seats, and Baltimore takes a 3-2 lead.
Now, this was another fastball that Alex Cobb gets underneath, and by getting underneath it, that ball is up in the zone about belt high. And so now the finish on his pitches is not there, and it's starting to get costly. And I think what we're going to start to learn too about Kevin Kiermaier out in the outfield is never trust his
scope of the fly ball to center, caught by Jennings.
Never trust his first move, because he's got some interesting routes that he will take to a baseball. And here it is, underneath it, get hit. There you go. He comes charging in, and this is a home run. Love his enthusiasm.
Well, I guess he's confident that if he can prevent anything from dropping in front of him, he can go back and catch what's behind him.
And he's just adding to the degree of difficulty.
Yeah.
I'm going to start in, so then when I go back, it's going to look fantastic. Got a little Jimmy Edmonds in it.
There you go. Well, there's a strike to Hundley. Baltimore taking the lead. Ground ball, deep third. Long throw for Longoria to get the catcher Hundley. Machado belts a home run, his 7th of the year. And with that, the Orioles lead 3-2. The Orioles have taken a 3-2 lead. We move to the 5th inning, and it's now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag #SunSportsFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Braves will have the top of the order. Jennings, Zobrist, and Joyce coming up in the 5th inning. Rays came to the ballpark today with winning 3 out of 4 in mind, taking the first 2 of 3. Right now they're down by a run. So here's Jennings with a walk and a strikeout and a run scored. Pitch outside, 1-0. Well, in the win yesterday, the Rays had a lot of production from the bottom part of the order. 4 of the 5 runs batted in from the bottom 3 in the order. And so far today, it's been the top 3. See what Jennings can do here in the 5th. He walked and scored in the 1st. Zobrist doubled in a run. Joyce will hit 3rd in this inning, has a double and a home run. Shortens on the bat, takes ball 3.
Well, that's one way to have a more productive offense, is not have to rely on the same group of guys night in and night out. You get different guys chipping in here or there, you can put things together.
And he draws the walk, so the Rays get a base runner to start the 5th.
Boy, pitching Desmond Jennings very, very carefully, and obviously those 4 home runs that he's hit off him have something to do with his approach.
See everything away.
Yep, doesn't want to hang him anything and get hurt by it. But guess what? You walk a guy like Desmond Jennings with the number of stolen bases that you've given up this year already, and he may find a different way to get you.
There's Ben Zobrist. Hot shot foul. And this is the combination the Rays can run on. You know, earlier with Caleb Joseph behind the plate, he has been very difficult to run on, and a couple of the starters for the Orioles a little tougher to run on as well. But here's a combination. Hundley, more of an offensive catcher. Gonzalez has given up a number of steals this year, so we'll see what the Rays do.
Well, how about this? He had only 5 attempts against him last year. 5 attempts. He's already given up 9. Obviously, last year the majority of the time Matt Wieters is catching. He's going to help you out a little bit, but still.
Yeah, 9 of 11 this year in the steal department with Gonzalez on the hill. Zobrist fouls it at the plate. A 2-strike count to Ben.
And the only thing that may prohibit us from seeing Desmond Jennings running is a lot of times the Rays like to run even or ahead, not behind.
Yep.
And so that is the one thing that may keep Desmond from going at this point. He had a pretty good lead though.
Into the dirt, starts to go, now thrown down. He is out at first. Boy, a pick by Hundley. Jennings trying to be aggressive on the pitch in the dirt. Hundley made a great pick and found Desmond leaning the wrong way.
Yeah, it was all about this pick from Hundley. Wow, does he do a nice job. And as you can see, the pick is taking him towards first base. And right there, that little hesitation. And the tag gets to the chest right before the left arm of Jennings can get to the bag.
So the Rays lose the base runner. Zobrist cues this one right off the end of the bat toward Matt Joyce. Well, Jennings reacting to the pitch in the dirt, and it was a great play by Hundley. You've got to give him credit for coming up with that save.
And it was a fortunate one too, because he backhanded it, and by backhanding it, he was already forcing him open to first base. It made for an easier throw. Everything worked together there for Hundley and the Orioles.
A 2-2 count on Zobrist. Off speed, he fouls that one into the screen. Rays with a single run in the first, a single run in the third. On the Joyce home run, Matt on deck. And in the matchup, Joyce against Gonzalez, you'd love to not only see him at the plate, but you'd love to see somebody on base with him at the plate. High fly ball back into deep right center. Markakis looking up, and that one will get out of here. Home run for Matt Joyce. And this game is tied. Home run, Ben Zobrist. Zobrist, home run number 6.
Well, he had a number of good swings in that at bat, fouling off some pitches. And finally got one out over the plate, a mistake, and he drilled it. And much like yesterday afternoon, the ball is jumping here in Baltimore.
There's the home run swing by Zobrist, and now here is Matt Joyce. Matt homered in the third. So Joyce and Zobrist have homered. Matt with the 2 hits today, 5 of 7 with a homer and 3 doubles off Gonzalez. 1 ball, 1 strike. Back over the screen. 1 and 2. Ben kept the at bat alive and belts one out to right center. 2-2 now on Joyce. Little number by the mound, and this is going to be an infield hit. How about that? Joyce with a base hit, and Matt's 3 for 3 today, and 6 out of 8 this year off Gonzalez.
Well, that's a little cue shot. And once this ball gets by the pitcher's mound, you see where the infielders set up on the left side and just conceded at that point. Matt Joyce hustling, no play to be made.
Seven hits for the Rays. So the top 3 in the order continue to be very effective, and now the Rays will see if they can get the middle part of the order going today. Evan 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a line drive to center. There's a base hit out of the reach of Hardy. Longoria's aboard. Joyce moves to second.
Well, the past numbers on Miguel Gonzalez are holding true. This is when he typically has struggled in a game. The 3rd time through a lineup. Teams are hitting .365 off of him the 3rd time through. And here in this inning, starting off for the 3rd time, we've got a walk, a home run, a base hit, another base hit. And so the Rays getting to Gonzalez here, seeing him for the 3rd time.
There's that breakout that you just mentioned. Dave Wallace out to talk with his starter. And there is action in the bullpen. Starting to get up. That's Evan Meek throwing in the Baltimore bullpen.
Well, it's that jump in those numbers which is limited Miguel Gonzalez in his starts as far as innings pitched, averaging just 5.5 innings per start, and that's a big reason why when you see that jump third time through over 100 points higher than the first and second time through. Just not able to get deep into games with those kind of numbers, and the Rays are looking to shorten his afternoon right here.
James Loney with a chance to do it. 2 men on. Loney looking for his first hit of the game. Popped foul. Going to carry out a play. Jennings opened with a walk. He was caught off first on the great play by the catcher Hundley on the pitch thrown into the dirt. Hundley went down to Davis to retire him. Zobrist homered, now hits by Joyce and Longoria. Loney lifts a fly ball into left. Pierce ranging to his right. That's the second out. Well, the rivalries, giveaways, the concerts, the choice is yours with the Rays Flex Pack. Select any 3, 6, or 9 games and enjoy member-only rewards all season. Introductory prices begin at just $49. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Alex Cobb and the Rays back even in this game. Brandon Guyer with a chance to put him out in front. He takes a pitch low. We're in the top of the 5th. Guyer has fouled out and hit a fly ball into center field. Foul at the feet of Hundley.
I think you can expect more of that from Gonzalez in this inning as he tries to work his way out of this little jam he's got going here, going soft with Brandon Guyer. Getting some swings and misses earlier in the game on the slider and the curveball.
Upstairs, Rays still looking for their first hit with runners in scoring position this afternoon. They're 0 for 6 right now after going 0 for 8 in yesterday's game. They won yesterday. They've hit a couple of home runs in this game, and now they're even. Three and 1 the count on Guyer.
That's the one thing that you have to be careful with. You know, you go to those breaking balls, you want to put a guy away with that. But those are field pitches. And if you throw too many of them consecutively, you start to lose the feel for it. And that's what's happened on the last 2. And he's gone, you know, from 1 and 1 now into a really bad count. Good for Guyer.
And ball 4. This is with a fastball high. That loads the bases. Logan Forsythe is going to be the hitter, and he'll face a new pitcher. Buck Showalter up out of the dugout on his way to the mound. Bluebell's newest flavor, Magic Cookie Bar. It's a home run. By Nissan. Get to your local Nissan store for the ride of your life and save big today. Shop ChooseNissan.com. And by Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. Visit us at Publix.com. We're in the 5th inning. The Rays have loaded the bases with 2 outs. They've tied this game. And they will have perhaps their hottest hitter at the plate in Logan Forsythe, who has been on base 6 consecutive times now in this series. He's walked and singled in this game. And he faces right-hander Evan Meek. Gonzalez gone after 4 2/3. First pitch is a strike. Fastball to start. Meek pitched 2 innings here in game 1 of the doubleheader on Friday. Gave up a hit, picked up a couple strikeouts. Up a bit. 1-1. Three runs, 8 hits for the Rays. 3 runs, 7 hits for the Orioles.
As you can see, the first 2 pitches, Evan Meek, the cut version of the fastball, and he's almost exclusively cutter. You can see it's a very subtle little bit of movement, but he can be effective with that.
And he's ahead of Forsythe, 1-2. Down and away, and that backhanded stop by Hundley. That pitch took off on him.
Who did we say was the better defensive catcher?
Really. They have 2 good defensive catchers.
Yeah, because that saved a run right there. You had the pick off of Desmond Jennings, and then this one yanked way down and away, and a nice job by Hundley to keep it close. Difficult pitch to handle.
Hundley did what he could to bail out Gonzalez by picking off Jennings. Right now, bases loaded. Forsythe against Meek. It's a popper out of play. So the count remains 2-2. Meek inherits a bases loaded situation in the 5th inning of this game. Meek spent some time briefly in the Rays system. Got to the big leagues with the Pirates. And a cut to miss. He strikes out Forsythe. The Rays leave him loaded. They get a home run from Ben Zobrist. That ties the game. We head into the bottom of the 5th, 3-3. They're in Minnesota as the captain Derek Jeter takes the field in his last All-Star game ever in what promises to be an emotional and unforgettable night. Special coverage begins at 4:30 on Fox Sports 1, followed by the 2014 All-Star game at 7:30 on Fox. Jake McGee has given the Rays an all-star performance in the first half of this season and closed out their 5-4 victory yesterday here in grand style. We go to the bottom of the fifth with Alex Cobb on the hill. His first pitch is up to Nick Markakis.
Well, that's something that Alex Cobb is going to have to fix here going forward if he wants to pitch deeper into this game. Getting under a number of pitches, and it's cost him. And that home run that Machado hit, a fastball that he got underneath.
The strike.
Even that pitch up near the belt. He's left a couple of changeups up in the zone that have been hit. And Alex Cobb, when he's good, he is down. He is a ground ball pitcher.
Now 2 balls and a strike to Markakis. Here's that 1-1 count pitch. That takes it to 2-1. Bouncer foul, evens it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. When Alex Cobb is pitching effectively and everything's going well with him mechanically, he'll throw those split changeups right out over the plate because he knows there's going to be finish to him, and he's going to get a lot of swings that way. In fact, his swing and miss percentage this year is, up dramatically over his career mark. A lot of swing and misses.
This one popped up. Molina gives it a look, but it's out of play.
And so when you start to look at a guy that can get a lot of swings and misses, he can rack up a good number of strikeouts, can go for the strikeout when he needs it, and when he's not getting strikeouts, he's keeping the ball on the ground. Well, that's a guy that's going to keep you in a lot of games and win a lot of games. Not always been the case here for Alex this year.
Markakis, Pierce, and Jones, who up for Buck Showalter's club in the bottom of the fifth. Rays on this 11-game, 10-day road trip. This is Game 7 of an 11-game homestand for Baltimore. They took 2 of 3 from Chicago. Finishing off this series with the Rays. Then Texas will be in. Ground ball by the mound and up the middle into center. And Cobb frustrated. He put that glove up there, but Markakis got it by him.
Yeah, not a bad pitch by Alex. It was better hitting by Markakis. We've seen a number of pitches in this at bat. And this is one of those split changes over the plate. Finish on it's pretty good. But look at Markakis just go down there and play pepper right back up the middle. Does not overswing. Follows it down and just shoots it by the outstretched glove of Alex Cobb.
The Rays had foresight playing Markakis to pull the ball toward the hole. Get it right back through the middle. Here's Steve Pierce. This one, a ball low, scooped there by Molina. Here's Stroman a run with his 3rd inning base hit. Two and 0. It's turning out to be a nemesis to Rays pitching. Boxberger now up in the bullpen for the Rays. Right now pushing the 70 pitch mark. A strike taken by Pierce.
Well, this is where Alex could use one of those ground balls, preferably at somebody. Get a chance to turn a double play here. The Rays have not done that overall very many times relative to their competition. However, they've been better recently, and they could sure use one here.
The ground ball fouled outside of third. The count is 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Steve Pierce, he's a pull hitter, and the Rays obviously acknowledging that. You've got Loney holding the runner on, Forsythe playing up the middle. Huge hole on the right side.
And another foul ball that moves Bobby Dickerson, the third base coach.
I'll tell you, you've got to be down there. You've got to be good with your signs. And then as you follow that pitch to home plate, you better have your head on a swivel. Because when they turn on those balls, you talk about third base being a position where you have to have quick reactions. Third base coach, same thing.
Yeah, you don't have a glove down there in the coaching box either.
No.
Ball 3. Runs the count full. Cobb came into this game 3-1 with a 136 in 5 prior starts against Baltimore. Out of 3 runs, 8 hits. Working in the bottom of the 5th. Runner goes. The pitch, a cut and a miss. Throw down is not in time. Molina wants interference. He wants interference on the bat swung by Pierce.
Pierce kept it right in the throwing lane. On his finish of his swing, he kept it right in the throwing lane.
So Madden out to pick up the conversation with Gabe Morales. And Molina was hot. And I think he might have had a point right there.
I don't blame him one bit. You're going to see it right here. Watch the helicopter finish, and Pierce just keeps it there. Well, it even looked like Molina hit his hand on that bat, which could be dangerous.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yep. I think how many times you've heard of a quarterback, hitting the hand on a opposing or even his own guy's helmet, break the thumb.
Yep. And Tony Randazzo is umpiring down at first, starting to slowly make his way down toward the plate. And I wonder if Madden isn't just at least asking Morales to get a little help from Randazzo here.
You remember Morales down at first base yesterday has made that call on that swinging bunt that went up the third base line that clearly was a fair ball. He called it foul from way out at first base. Very demonstrative in his calls.
And I think all Randazzo did right there is come down and tell Joe, well, if he would appeal, I'm going to agree with him. But look at this. So Markakis winds up at second.
I'll tell you what, if that's not interference, I don't know what is. With that bat up there.
The Rays not happy, but Markakis is at second with a stolen base. Pierce a strikeout. Adam Jones, the hitter. Jones singled in the third. Rays tied it with a run in the top of the inning. Orioles have a man in scoring position in the bottom of the fifth. That takes the count to 2 strikes on Jones.
This gives Alex Cobb the opportunity to open up the plate. Now, it's a pretty good idea of what he's doing out there on the mound, and he also is very aware that Jones is hot and aggressive. So you got to keep this ball out of the strike zone at all costs. Maybe the next 2 pitches. If he's going to swing and put the ball in play, make him do it on something that is not a strike.
A little chopper handled by Forsythe out at first. That moves Markakis to third. 2 outs with a man at third. And Nelson Cruz is on his way to the plate. Jim Hickey on his way to the mound. Well, Cruz singled in the second. He's 1 for 2. And 2 of 11 in his career against Cobb. Hickey heads back toward the dugout. Morales out to break up the conference on the hill. And there's a look at Cruz. 25 home runs on the season. Tied for the major league lead in that category. Pitch is in there, a strike. Brad Boxberger, who was up early in this inning warming up, now watching the action from the Rays bullpen. Pop up, that's a foul ball and will carry back out of play. So it's 2 strikes. Boxberger ready if needed. Cobb trying to get Cruz to end the 5th. This one gets by Molina, and down the line from third comes Markakis. It's 4-3.
Well, that can't happen. That cannot happen. Down in the zone, a 2-strike pitch. Molina goes down and just 5-hold him. Got to catch that baseball. And that one turns out to be costly.
Pass ball on Molina. Well, it's got to be stopped there. Now it's 2-2.
You know, Jose Molina, the pitch framing thing, and always trying to, those borderline pitches, trying to catch him just into the webbing. That's something that he does. The Rays value that. But with a runner on third, you have got to secure the catch. That was a fastball that he's trying to get cute with and just catch in the webbing. And try to present it as something close to a strike, and by doing so, it ends up costing the Rays a run.
Chopper. Shortstop. Zobrist makes the play to retire the side, but on the pass ball, Baltimore takes the lead 4-3. Zobrist doubled, chasing home Desmond Jennings to make it 1-0. And another run in the third on a home run, the fourth of the year for Matt Joyce. Baltimore scored a run in the bottom of the third, and then two in the fourth inning on a home run by Machado. That gave them a 3-2 lead. Rays tied it on Ben Zobrist's home run in the fifth inning, 3-3. And then the pass ball in the bottom of the fifth inning allowed Markakis to score. Pitch that got right through Molina. So it's a 4-3 game as we go to the Rays' sixth. And Molina leads it off. Swing and a miss.
He was trying to get that run back on that swing.
Molina 0 for 2 in this game. An 0-1 count. He fouls it. The bat goes into the stands. The foul ball right back into the screen. Molina gets a new bat. This one helicoptering into the stands behind the dugout. To the count. Into the dirt. 1-2. Roller to the right side. Scoops. And Molina is out.
And here's another thing where it gets really tough. This Baltimore Oriole bullpen, now in its last 30 1/3 innings pitch, has given up 1 earned run. They have been good across the board. We saw a number of them used yesterday, and it was just one after the other throwing up zeros. And they've got a lot of options out there for Buck Showalter to go with, a lot of different styles, all effective.
Kevin Kiermaier. He's 1 for 2. Evan Meek came on, struck out Forsythe to leave the bases loaded in the fifth. Suddenly he becomes the pitcher of record for Baltimore in this game. Pulled foul up the right side, and a nice pickup by the ball girl down there. They've done a great job, and technique very good on both sides of the field.
That's it.
They know what they're doing.
Listen, this is a baseball town. You're not going to get down the line here on the field of play without being able to handle yourself.
Two 2-1 the count on Kevin Kiermaier.
Yeah, you don't see too many of them ricocheting back onto the field. That's where foul balls go to die.
Kiermaier went around. He tried to check. Morales says that's a strike that he offered.
Can be deceiving. Meek has that cutter. You know, Kiermaier, you see him going down there thinking that's a fastball middle of the plate, that little late cutting action, and he cannot hold up in time.
So now with the count 2-2, they put the full shift on. 2-1, they didn't have the shift. And now 2-2, Hardy goes to the right side. They're getting technical as well. Pitch by pitch, count by count. Fly ball back into deep right field. That ball is going to sail out of here. Home run by Kevin Kiermaier. The Rays hit another home run, their third of the day. And they've tied the game at 4.
And another 2-strike home run by Kevin Kiermaier. Hit a 2-strike home run yesterday, and now he gets another one here. And you can see this is a breaking ball, and it ends up right down and into his swing. And that ball shot off the bat.
Home run number 6 for Kiermaier. Chopper by Jennings left side. That ball stays down for Machado, and he makes the play. Jennings is out number 2.
How about the Rays? That's now the 6th time they've hit 3 or more home runs in a game. They've all come against American League East foes. They've gotten Boston once. They've gotten Toronto once. They've gotten the Yankees once. And they've now gotten Baltimore 3 times.
And here's Ben Zobrist. Ben hit a home run in the 5th inning. Joyce, Zobrist, and Kiermaier have homered today. That's a strike. Rays hit 3 home runs in the game yesterday. Jennings, Forsythe, and Kiermaier. And with a double to go with his home run. 1-1. He lines this one toward the corner. That's fair. One hop to the wall. Zobrist's going to have to turn it on. Throw to second offline, and he has himself a double. 2-out double for Zobrist.
Ben Zobrist has been wearing out that right field corner here the last couple of days. And he does it once again. Boy, another breaking ball by Meek, and it was hammered by a left-handed hitter. That ball got back to Markakis quickly. That allowed him for a play, but the throw just a tad offline, and Zobrist in there with 2 outs.
Markakis with 5 assists from the outfield this year, but his throw was offline, and Ben with a 2-base hit. Now here's Matt Joyce, and he punches one into center field, a base hit. Zobrist heads to the plate. The throw up the line. The Rays take the lead, and down to second goes Joyce. 5-4 Tampa Bay. Matt Joyce with his 4th hit of the day, and he drives in Zobrist. 5-4 Rays now.
And that didn't take long. Coming right out here and answering, and then some.
That's the first hit today for the Rays with a runner in scoring position. They pick up their 5th run. So they're 1 out of 8 with men in scoring position on the day now. They were 0 for 8 in that situation yesterday and won 5-4, and they lead 5-4 today. As Matt Joyce, who has a double, a home run, an infield hit, and now a line base hit to center to drive in the run. And that puts the Rays up by 1. Here's Evan Longoria. They're going to walk Longoria with first base open. Loney is due next, and they have a lefty, Ryan Mattis, throwing in their bullpen. Well, the Rays out of their leadoff man, 0 for 2, but 2 walks and a run scored. The number 2 hitter, Zobrist, is 3 for 4 today, with 2 runs scored and 2 runs batted in. And the number 3 hitter, Matt Joyce, 4 for 4 with a run scored and 2 runs batted in. So big time production from the top 3. Kiermaier hitting ninth is 2 out of 3 with a home run. And a pitching change coming for Baltimore. The pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Orestes will break down Derek Jeter. We'll hear from Chris Archer. Archer will be making the start for the Rays and has had great success against the Yankees. Look at that ERA against New York. 1.26. With you at 6:30 tomorrow. Our coverage begins on Sun Sports. A second stop on the 3-city road trip. Here's Brian Mattis. Mattis, the third pitcher for Baltimore, brought on to match up against James Loney.
Well, one of the better options for Buck Showalter coming out of the bullpen as far as inherited runners go. He's on for the 36th time, and not going to be an easy matchup here. You think left on left, but James Loney, he can handle both righties and lefties. And here we go.
Loney 0 for 3 on the day. First pitch is a strike. Gonzalez 4 2/3, Meek 1 inning. And he leaves with a couple of men on base. Upstairs. A 1-1 count. Fastball finds the zone. And Loney's behind 1-2. Two and two. Kiermaier homered with 1 out. With 2 outs, Zobrist doubled. Joyce singled him home, went to second on the throw to the plate. They've intentionally walked Longoria and brought Mattis in to face Loney. 2-2 the count. He's got 3 runs off the starter Miguel Gonzalez and 2 to this point off Meek. Loney fouls it right back to force another 2-2 pitch.
James Loney going to do everything that he possibly can to stay alive in this at bat and eventually get something that he can put a good swing on, a good short swing, and hopefully drive in another run here for the Rays. They've fought back to take the lead here in the 6th. Looking to add on.
Facing the 27-year-old lefty Brian Mattis. Lifts the fly ball right center field. Markakis takes off, still on the run, and can't get there. Joyce will score. Here comes Longoria in to score. It's a double for Loney. And the Rays pick up 2 more runs. Big hit for James Loney. His 19th double of the year. And the Rays now have a 7-4 lead.
Boy, the outfield defenders not positioned properly on this one. A breaking ball that Loney goes out and gets, and this is a fly ball hit high, and you can see Adam Jones to left center field and Nick Markakis playing right, and that ball drops before the warning track out there in right center, and of course with 2 outs that's going to clear the bases.
Brandon Guyer takes the pitch for a ball. So it's now 7-4. Two balls, no strikes. Those 2 runs charged to Meek, 3 runs charged to Gonzalez, and 4 to Meek. This one the other way into right. Markakis will not get there. That's a base hit inside the line. That will score Loney. Guyer's in at second with a double. Back-to-back 2 base hits. And the Rays now lead 8-4.
Wow. Rays absolutely blowing this game open here. Doubled up on Baltimore right now. They just continue to keep it going. Brandon Guyer well placed. This hit right here, kind of up and out over the plate, and he just hits it right off the label and drops it into fair territory.
Well, the Rays hitters have Markakis running all over the place in right field. He had to go deep to right center to run down Loney's double. And Guyer dropped that one just inside the right field line. And the pitch to Forsythe hit well. That ball will go! Home run into the seats in left center field. Logan Forsythe belting his 2nd home run. Jumped on the first pitch, and the Rays have exploded here in the 6th inning. Forsythe makes it a 10-4 ball game.
Boy, and it was quick. This Rays offense really lighting it up right now, and Logan Forsythe continues to swing a hot bat and a very aggressive bat. He gets all over this pitch and drills it.
So Forsythe remains red hot. He homered yesterday. He has homered again today, his first 2 of the year. 9 men have come to the plate. And now Molina bats for the 2nd time, takes a pitch down. Get 50% off at papajohns.com. The day after the Rays score 6, use promo code RAYS6. Well, it's been a big inning, and they've scored 7 in the inning alone, 10 on the afternoon. 1-1 the count to Molina. Molina pops it up, a foul out of play.
I'll tell you what, this was a game that Joe Madden danced around a little bit, but basically said, we need to win this game. And how about the way that his team has responded? 10 runs and counting so far.
And how about this? Through the first 5, they've gone 0 for 7 with men in scoring position. In this inning, they're 4 for 4 with men in scoring position. And they've scored 7 times. Two, the count to Molina. Now the count is full. Well, the Rays had scored 5 runs in an inning 3 times this year. The last time was at the end of May on the 25th against Boston. Fly ball into left. Pierce coming in, can't make the catch. And the inning will continue. Pierce did get a late break on that ball and tried to come in and just got a glove on it, so there's a base hit.
Now the ball came off the bat like a wounded duck, and it just is fluttering out there, and Pierce coming in and just dying quickly. A play that he feels like he probably could have made, and you see the ball just hits off the heel, the outer edge of that glove, and he takes a peek into his glove, and it's not there.
So the Rays' biggest inning of the year continues. Kevin Kiermaier homered his first time up in this inning. It's the 11th Ray to bat in this inning. 1-0 the count. Ball too low. Three off Gonzalez, 4 off Meek, and now 3 off Mattis. Molina at first, and 2-0 to Kiermaier. He lines it into right, going to be caught by Markakis, and the Rays are finally retired in the 6th inning. But they send 11 hitters to the plate in the inning. Home run by Kevin Kiermaier started it. Home run by Logan Forsythe concluded the scoring, and it's 10-4 Tampa Bay. 7 hits, 7 runs, both highs. And they now lead 10-4 here in Baltimore. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning, and a new pitcher finds Brad Boxberger on the hill in relief of Alex Cobb.
Well, Brad is on for the 29th time. How about the strikeouts? 44 strikeouts in 27 1/3 innings. And this Rays bullpen looks to shut this game down for Alex Cobb. And speaking of Alex Cobb, how about the run support today?
Yeah, how about that?
Almost doubled up what they've scored for him all season long. 12 runs in his first 10 starts, and then today, 10 runs.
And 7 in 1 inning.
That came out of nowhere. An explosion to blow this game open.
So Boxberger on to face Chris Davis. The pitch is a strike. Davis 0 for 1 with a sacrifice bunt for the first time in his career. And a roller to the right side. Zobrist had to range for that one. They had the shift on him. And Zobrist, who was on the first base side of second, still had to range far to his left with Forsythe stationed in shallow right field.
Yeah, you play Forsythe way deep because of the power of Davis, and it gives him more range to be able to go and get the baseball. The problem is if Davis hits a slow roller that way, that's when you need Ben Zobrist to cut in front. It still ends up being a close play, but well done by Ben.
Well, there's some hustle by Davis down the line as he was digging for a hit. Hardy takes a strike. Fouled back 0-2. So Alex Cobb worked 5 innings, 82 pitches. Gave up 8 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned. Struck out 3. Gave up a home run to Machado, who's on deck right now. 2 strikes the count to Hardy. Boxberger is wide with that delivery. Two and 2. Tap to third. Tough play. Longoria not in time. Close. Loney thought they had him. Good effort by Longoria there, and Joe Madden here in the bottom of the 6th. He wants to have a conversation with Tony Randazzo on a close play at first base.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I thought naked eye this looked like they got him. I think they did.
And so Loney from the get-go was motioning to Joe Madden that he was sure they had him. And so we're going to have this play challenged by the Rays.
Yep. Ball in the back of the glove before the foot of J.J. Hardy came down. I think this will be overturned, and it shouldn't take that long.
Now Jim Wolf and Tony Randazzo, the 2 umpires you see right there. Hardy hanging around first base. They've replayed it on the big screen here at Oriole Park, and we have a decision. He is out at first base, so the Rays challenge it, and they get the call. It's overturned.
I'll tell you what, that puts Chico over 500 this year. He was stuck on 9 out of 18.
Well, that's important.
Things are trending in the right direction.
Makes him a winner
by the smallest of margins.
So 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Going to give an assist to Loney on that. He was pretty adamant from the beginning.
Yeah, Loney's not one to mince words either. If he's that adamant, then you could probably buy what he's selling.
Yeah. So technically he got the put out on that play, but with that immediate wave to the dugout, you got to give him something. 1-1 the count. Two balls and a strike. Two and two. Runs it full on Machado. Machado with his home run total now up to 7 with 3 in this series. There is strike 3 called. Machado out on strikes. He thought he had drawn the walk. On to the 7th. Moving on to the 7th. Kids, you can read your way to the ballpark this summer with Evan Longoria. Visit your local library, pick up a Reading with the Rays game card, and start earning cool prizes for reading around the bases. Reading with the Rays, presented by the Suncoast Credit Union, Rays Baseball Foundation, and Tampa Bay Times newspaper and education.
It's a great promotion. You know, much like baseball is a year round, it's not just about the 6 months that you play.
Yep.
Same with learning.
Mm-hmm. And baseball is how many of us learn to read to begin with.
I'm telling you, that and math.
Mm-hmm. First pitch to Desmond Jennings outside. 1-0.
I think that's why I really enjoyed math growing up, because that's what your favorite player went 1 for 3, batting average 333. Then you start putting that together, and
yep.
It's a great
exactly
tool.
Right. Had to figure out earned run averages the long way.
Yeah. Carry the 1. Yeah. There shouldn't be that many numbers.
Got to keep them straight, lined up. Mattis, the lefty, with a breaking ball that's high. 2 balls and a strike. You learn to read all that information on all those baseball magazines and on the back of baseball cards.
And then think about this. And I used to do this. I'm sure you did the same thing. You know, you play baseball games out in the backyard. You know, just imaginary games. Maybe it's by yourself. Maybe you got a buddy. But you're memorizing the team's lineup.
Yeah.
So it's memorization skills come into play because you got to, you know, you can't keep going to the piece of paper every at bat. You got to have it right there in the mind.
If you did that, it'd slow the pace of the game down.
You'd look like Joe Madden going to the piece of paper all the time.
So he's not the first to do that. 2-2, and this one drilled into left center field. That's well hit. One hop, one short hop to the wall. Jennings on his way to second. The Rays pick up the 5th hit off Mattis. They now have 16 hits.
Boy, just teeing off right now. Mattis's delivery finds its way to the middle of the plate, and Desmond Jennings finds the left center field wall.
So the Rays have scored 10 runs on 16 hits. There's Vince Zobrist, who's 3 for 4. Takes one high. And with 2 doubles and a home run, Rays a chance for more. They have 6 doubles and 4 home runs among their 16 hits today. That's a strike to Ben. Now 1-1. Well, if the Rays were looking for offense, they found some today in a big way. Zobrist lifts it into right. Markakis shading his eyes from the sun. A tag at second. Jennings will advance to third on the fly ball. He's there with 1 out.
That routine fly ball, too, was not deep. But Nick Markakis, in shading his eyes from the sun, was not able to get his momentum moving towards third base to even give him an opportunity to keep Desmond Jennings at second. And the Rays aggressive here with the lead. Move up 90 more feet.
Well, Matt Joyce up here now. He has a double, a home run, and 2 singles. 4 hits for the 3rd time in his career. What he really needs is a triple to hit for the cycle. Infield up for Baltimore, and a high shot deep to right, way back and gone. Matt Joyce tees off. It's his 2nd home run of the day. A no-doubter. And the Rays add 2 more to their total. It's now 12-4.
At the crack of the bat, nobody in this stadium on the field of play moved. I mean, he crushed that.
So a 5-hit day for Matt Joyce. He's 5 for 5. And that's his 2nd home run of the day. Evan Longoria takes that pitch for a strike. And strike 2. Well, what a day for Matt Joyce. Rays now with 17 hits. Longoria sends a fly ball to right. Markakis backs up to make the catch on this one. 2 outs.
Well, this Baltimore bullpen that had been so good, and they had gone 30-plus innings since the 21st of June and giving up just 1 earned run. They have been teed off on today by the Rays, who have Really put it to him here in the second half of this game. Found themselves down a couple of times, continued to fight back, and now commanding lead.
It's 5 home runs. Loney fouls it back. That's a strike.
And that's their season high. Matches their season high. They hit 5 against the Yankees earlier in the year.
Yeah, that was on the 19th of April when they scored 16 runs. They beat the Yankees 16-1 in that game. Two strikes to count to Loney. It's up the opposite side, out of play, foul. Will Myers hit 2 home runs in that game. Longoria hit 1. Ryan Hannigan hit 2 home runs. Matt Joyce has 2 in this game. Zobrist 1, Forsythe 1. And Kiermaier with a home run. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. Tomatis strikes out Loney. Big day for Matt Joyce. A 5-hit day so far. And the Rays lead 12-4. An explosion by the Rays here the last couple innings in Baltimore. A 7-run sixth. They added 2 more in the 7th. They've been led by Matt Joyce today with 5 hits. 12-4. The Rays lead it as we move into the bottom half of the 7th inning. Boy, if the Rays were looking for offense, they found it today and then some. Matt Joyce with a career high 5 hits. That ties the club record, most recently done by Ben Zobrist last June when he had 5 hits in a game and 12 total bases today for Matt Joyce, and that ties a club record as well. Done 4 other times. Longoria's done it twice. Upton did it once, and Johnny Gomes. And now Matt Joyce joins that crew. Kiermaier's homered. Forsythe has homered. Joyce with 2 home runs. Ben Zobrist with a home run. And we'll go to the bottom of the 7th inning. With the Rays building this lead, Kirby Yates will come on. He follows 5 innings from Alex Cobb and 1 inning out of the bullpen from Brad Boxberger. A career day for that young man right there, Matt Joyce. Jonathan Scope will lead off the bottom of the 7th inning. The Rays up 12-4. Scope 0 for 2. First pitch is a strike.
Well, and what looked like, well, what still is a difficult road trip here for the Rays. A lot of games, 11 games, 10 days, 3 pretty good teams.
Scope into shallow right over the head of Forsythe for a base hit.
And this game not over yet, but pretty good start for the Rays, winning 2 out of the first 3 and in control here at 12-4.
Nick Hundley, the catcher. Hundley had a base hit back in the 3rd. Pitch is down. 1 ball, no strikes. Deep but well foul.
Kirby Yates has been waiting a while to get back out there. His last outing came on the 23rd. That was 6 days ago. He went 1 2/3 innings in that ball game. Gave up 2 earned runs on 4 hits.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Takes care of Hundley. 1 away in the Baltimore 7th.
Kirby Yates featuring that slider right there to go along with the fastball, that 92-93 range. A good slider, a good changeup. Having a tremendous year at AAA Durham before being called up. And really outside of that last outing 6 days ago, he's been very good for the Rays.
Nick Markakis. Pitch is a strike. Rays with 11 extra base hits today. 6 doubles and 5 home runs. The second most extra base hit total in a single game in franchise history. They had a game in 2012 or 2009 with 12 extra base hits. 11 extra base hits so far in this one.
And they're taking advantage of shoddy pitching by the Baltimore Orioles and this ballpark. You know, Joe Madden said when he was watching BP yesterday, the Orioles take batting practice, that he could tell that the ball was flying. And the Rays hit 3 home runs yesterday, and then, of course, the extra base damage today. Similar conditions, beautiful day. And that's the thing. When it's nice here and it's warm, the ball will jump, play small. And you combine that with a lot of pitches out over the plate. Rays did not miss them. They still got a couple more chances. Anytime you look out to the left center field, when you see 364, you already know that this place is cozy.
Yeah, that's the power alley, 364.
Right.
There's always been some question that sign out in right center says 373, and it's hard to imagine that that's deeper than left center. So
yeah,
it does play cozy, particularly on these warm summer days.
I'd like to sneak in here with the tape measure and see.
Markakis lifts it down the left side and out of the reach of Matt Joyce.
Well, I think that's why, you figure if you're playing in the American League East, and this is a down year for the division, but more times than not, you're going to be involved in tight games. And I think that's why in building this ball club, Buck Showalter has specific. You start to think about the guys coming out of that Baltimore bullpen, the back end guys.
Yep.
All of them ground ball guys. Webb is a sinker guy. Brock, a sinker guy. Darren O'Day, he's got that odd arming. The Britain, who's closing for them right now, big sinker guy. You've got to keep the ball on the ground here. Up in the air is not good.
And Markakis hitting one deep down the right side, and that ball is a foul ball. Well, Markakis pulled the hands in and hit it deep, but foul.
And that's the thing. That ball was not hit that well, but it doesn't have to be here on some days. And then we'll go.
One pop left side. Will it stay playable? Longoria to the stands, and that's out of reach. Seven pitches into this at bat with a 1-2 count. Scope at first with one away. And another foul ball. That's out of play. Markakis has scored 2 runs, 2 of the 4 runs for Baltimore. 2 out of 3. Putting souvenir baseballs around in this at bat. Foul ball straight back and just below us. Though we might have a play on that one. He's really spreading them around. So this will be the 10th pitch of this at bat coming. And he is finally out on strikes. So a 10 pitch at bat. Markakis out number 2. As promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to hashtag #SunSportsFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Well, a couple strikeouts now for Yates. First pitch is a strike to Steve Pearce. Cesar Ramos loosening in the bullpen for the Rays. First drove in a run with a 3rd inning base hit. That takes the count to 1-2. Well, we're in the bottom of the 7th. And the pitch, strike 3 call. Yates strikes out the side after the leadoff looping single. 12-4 Rays. Sixth inning, the big inning for the Rays, their biggest of the year when they scored 7, and Kevin Kiermaier's home run opened that one.
Yeah, he certainly did. Big inning for the Rays. That was a 2-strike home run by Kevin Kiermaier, and then all of a sudden a double by Zobrist. Matt Joyce going to go back up the middle for a base hit, and they just continued on. The inning that would never end. James Loney out there in the right center eludes the outfielders Jones and Markakis. And then all of a sudden Geyer, he's able to find fair territory up the right side. That's going to bring Loney home. And then how about this? Logan Forsythe, who has been absolutely on fire for the Rays, continues his hot hitting as he drives one out the left center field. And they just would pile up 7 runs in that 6th inning. Huge inning for the Rays and put this game, hopefully at the end of the day, that was the inning that put it out of reach.
Now you see the defensive changes for the Orioles, with Brandon Geyer leading off the 8th. Ryan Flaherty at short, David Lowe in center, and Delman Young in right. And by the way, Matt Joyce, who is 5 for 5 today, has a chance to get another at bat. So he would have a chance. He needs a triple to hit for the cycle. There's a shot deep down the left field line by Geyer, and that's a foul ball. Home run distance, but foul 0-2. So the Rays need to get somebody on base here in the 8th or 9th to give Matt Joyce another at bat. A career day for Matt. Geyer reaches and is out on strikes. One away in the 8th.
Second baseman, number 10, Logan Forsythe.
Rays with their biggest inning of the year. And here's Logan Forsythe, who belted a 2-run home run in the 6th. A strike.
How nice for Logan Forsythe. You know, he came over in that Alex Torres deal And obviously a lot expected out of him, especially against left-handed pitching, and off to such a slow start, and it just continued on for months. You were waiting for this kind of a breakout, and you can imagine how it weighed on his mind. Those expectations and you know, obviously personal pride, wanting to do well for a new team. And finally he is putting some things together, and really like the aggressive short swing that he has shown here recently.
Well, he's been on base in 7 of his last 8 plate appearances. Down 0-2 in this at bat. He bounces it to third. Machado's throw in time to get him. So 2 up and 2 down for the Rays in the 8th. We'll bring up Jose Molina. The Rays wrapping up this series in Baltimore. We'll be with you tomorrow at 6:30 from Yankee Stadium. The Rays opening their series against New York with Chris Archer on the mound. 3 there, and then on to Detroit for 4. Molina takes the ball. A roller to first by the bag. That'll be chased up the line by Davis. Molina makes the turn and decides to hold on with a single. He just cued that one. Sent Chris Davis chasing it.
And maybe that was the hit that'll get Joyce in at bat, because he needed some help. He needed somebody to get a hit or get on base and stay there for at least one more shot. And this may be the one that does it. A little cue shot right up the line. How about this thing dribbles right by Davis? Everything going the Rays' way with the bats today.
18 hits for the Rays. Now Kevin Kiermaier. First pitch is a strike. Rays have 7 hits off Mattis and 5 runs. Kiermaier fouls a breaking ball back. 0-2. Fastball fouled back, still a 2-strike count. Rays overcame a 1-run deficit with the 7-run 6th, adding 2 in the 7th. Ground ball to first. Davis has this one. No runs a hit, the man left. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 12-4 Tampa Bay.
18 hits and a dozen runs. Kirby Yates on the mound for the bottom half of the 8th inning. He struck out 3 in the bottom of the 7th, and that adds to the Rays' June total as they approach a couple of marks, both the American League record for strikeouts in any month in Major League Baseball history, as well as the overall Major League record. There you see where the Rays are with the 7 strikeouts so far today. 5 shy of the record set by both the Indians and the Tigers, both in the same month, May of last year. The Major League mark set by the Cubs with Mark Pryor and Kerry Wood on that staff in August of 2002. The Rays still have 2 innings today and the game against the Yankees tomorrow to try and make Major League history. So not just offense today, guys. A little strikeout record in the balance over the next 24 hours or so. Back to you.
30 days in the month of June, so they've got what's remaining of this one, and then tomorrow, and they'll have Chris Archer on the hill to pitch against New York. Delman Young will open the bottom of the 8th inning. So Young hitting in the 3rd spot, vacated by Jones, and a line drive base hit past Ben Zobrist into left. Well, one thing Young can still do is swing the bat. Line that one, hit it hard. Nelson Cruz will be the hitter. Now Cruz was at the plate in the 5th inning when Baltimore took the lead on the pass ball. The Rays then exploded for 7 in the 6th. It's a 1-1 count. Rays continue to have Cesar Ramos up in the bullpen. It's 2 balls and a strike. Chris Davis on deck. Broken bat. The ball is fair. Yates will pick it up and go to first. Up to second goes Young. And Cruz is out. Yates to Loney. The bat split on the barrel end, but the ball stayed fair.
Well, it looks like it has that hollowed out end, and that ball just happened to catch that little cup, rip part of that bat away. Almost slide her down in a way. That's exactly what it did.
Joe Maddon's out to make a pitching change. Yates will get an inning in the 3rd in, and will bring on the left-hander. Great day for the Rays offense, and a big day individually for Matt Joyce. Coming up on Rays Live, the postgame presented by Checkers. Rich and Orestes will be anchoring the coverage, and we'll zero in on Matt Joyce's career day. We'll have Joe Maddon's press conference. Todd Callis will have interviews from the Rays clubhouse. Here in the bottom of the 8th, Cesar Ramos takes over with a runner at second and 1 out. He'll be facing Chris Davis. Davis officially 0 for 2 as Ramos comes on. Pitcher number 4 for the Rays. A tapper foul. 1 strike to count on Davis. Caesar pitched in game 2 of the doubleheader here to open this series on Friday night. Picks up a strike, 0-2.
Well, Ramos is a versatile member of this Rays pitching staff. You saw with his numbers, he made 7 starts on the season. Actually went into spring training in competition for that 5th spot in the rotation. Majority of his appearances out of the bullpen. Ooh.
Oh, he thought he had the strikeout right there.
I think everybody did. That's a good pitch there by Ramos.
And Molina throws it there. Two balls, 2 strikes. Did he go on the appeal? No, says Jim Wolf. So it's 3-2 on Davis.
Still a lot of respect for Chris Davis, because as poorly as he's swinging the bat right now, he has seen himself a lot of pitches in this series, a lot of full counts against him. And still give him that respect of a guy who hit 53 home runs last year and still has the power to drive the ball to all fields for extra base power.
And there's strike 3 called. Davis thought he might have drawn the walk, but he's called out. Took a couple of extra pitches to get that 3rd strike. So that's out number 2 in the inning.
This is the pitch that one of the pitches that Chris Davis has had problems with. The ball down and away. The tendency to want to fly open and looking to, you see how he drops those hands? And he wants to start to open up that front hip a little early, and he's had trouble getting to that pitch. He takes that one, and it costs him.
Here's David Lowe. He's now playing center field. And that breaking pitch is a strike on the outside edge. Foul ball for strike 2. For the Rays today, 11 extra base hits of their 18 total hits. And they have 1 inning left with Jennings, Zobrist, and Joyce due up. Matt Joyce will be going for the cycle. Two outs with a runner at second base in the 8th for Baltimore. Matt has a double, homer, single, and a home run so far today. One ball, 2 strikes. Close. Goes for ball 2. It's 2-2. Delman Young, the runner at second base. 2 gone. And a 2-2 count. Low lines it. Caught by Forsythe at second. No runs, a hit. We go to the 9th inning, and Matt Joyce will go for the cycle. (12-4). Matt will be shooting for the cycle, trying to join B.J. Upton, who hit for the cycle in a game started by C.C. Sabathia for the Yankees at Tropicana Field. It was back on the 2nd of October in 2009. And Matt Joyce needs a triple to hit for the cycle here against the Orioles in Baltimore today. Matt has 2 home runs, 2 singles, and a double. So he's 5 for 5 and due to hit third. Tommy Hunter, the right-hander, comes on. He's the new pitcher for Baltimore. Caleb Joseph will play first base. And an outfield switch with Young going into left. And Pierce moving over to play right. Cole Figueroa is leading it off, goes after the first pitch. It's a high fly ball to right field. And Pierce is there to make the catch on that one. So Figueroa hitting in the place of Jennings on the first pitch, skies to right field. And Ben Zobrist comes on. Ben has a 3-hit day, and Matt Joyce moves to the on-deck circle. 2 doubles and a home run for Ben Zobrist. And he taps this one to the right side. Hunter with a glove hand flip to Joseph, gets him. 2 gone. And here's Matt Joyce in his day today. It started with a double in the first inning.
Well, it just would continue on from there. Homer in his second at bat. Then you're going to look at here a couple of singles. Infield hit here off the end. Another base hit that would drive in a run. And then how about that? Another hanging breaking ball, another home run. And that brings us to this point right here. The Rays wasted no time in getting Joyce to the plate.
Yep. A couple of quick outs. And so here's Matt Joyce. He needs the triple to complete the cycle. And a chopper over the middle. That'll be handled by Flaherty. And so Matt retired for the first time today, giving him 5 for 6. A 1-2-3 ninth, and we go to the bottom of the inning, 12-4. Making moment on MLB Whip Around. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. In Baltimore, the Rays carry a 12-4 lead into the bottom of the 9th inning. With Cesar Ramos on the hill, Cobb, Boxberger, Yates, and Ramos have pitched for the Rays. The Rays on this 3-city road trip on the verge of taking 3 out of 4 from Baltimore. Number of changes defensively for the Rays here in the 9th inning behind Ramos. Figueroa's in the game. Cole Figueroa at second. There's Cole after hitting for Jennings. A new configuration in the outfield. Forsythe in left. Kiermaier's going to be in center. Joyce moves to right field. Here's Machado leading off the bottom of the 9th, and the first pitch is a strike. Big offensive day for the Rays. Topped by a 7-run 6th inning. 2 strikes the count on Machado, who homered back in the 4th, his 3rd home run of the series. Now 1-2. Joyce with his 5-hit day, the 7th Ray in franchise history to accumulate 5 hits in a single game. It's going to be a foul ball. And the count remains a ball, 2 strikes. Big swing and just a little piece of that one. A foul ball, and leaves Machado hobbling away from the plate to try to walk that one off.
And he's got that padding down there on that left foot to try to prevent just that. Ball moving down and in, and you're trying to drop the bat head to get good contact, and you just miss-hit it. You're going to hit it into that front leg. And that one certainly got him pretty good.
Well, the Rays will be heading into New York and then Detroit on this road trip. They came in, divided the doubleheader, the day-night doubleheader with the Orioles Friday, winning the first game 5-2, dropping the nightcap 4-1, winning yesterday 5-4, and a 12-4 lead today. Machado out on strikes, missing the breaking ball.
Boy, that was a nice curveball there by Ramos. He really spun this ball well and kept it short, so he was not going to be hurt by this pitch. And he had the ability to play around with the location of this. Look at that spin, even in slow motion, super tight. And drops it in there for strike 3.
One away, and here's Scope. He's 1 for 3. Moved to single into right in the 7th inning. 1 ball, no strikes. The chopper over the mound. Back of the bag. Figueroa, nice pickup. Throw to first, safe there, but a great effort by Figueroa and Loney on the receiving end.
You know what gave Figueroa a chance to even make that play? When he got to the baseball, he fielded it with 2 hands so that his free hand, his throw hand, was already in the glove so the ball could get in and out of the glove quickly. Right there. See that? He did the best job that he possibly could, and it was close, but it looked like Scope got there. Yes, he did.
So the Orioles pick up their 11th hit of the day. Scope is aboard. Here's Nick Hundley. White Sox shut out the Blue Jays 4-0. Blue Jays have dropped 3 straight. And that's 7 of their last 11 they've lost. Red Sox play the Yankees tonight in New York. A 2 ball, no strike count. Cobb worked 5. Pitcher of record. 2-1. Hit attack by the Rays. Foul, out of play. The Rays had 20 hits against the Yankees on May the 2nd. 18 against the Orioles today. And they're looking for the final 2 outs of this game before they head into New York. Three balls, 2 strikes. Ball 4, too low. Hundley walks. Pushes Scope up to second. That is the first walk given up by Rays pitching today.
Boy, hard to believe on a day with so much offense.
Yep. Cobb didn't walk anybody through 5. Boxberger an inning. Yates an inning and a third, and now the 1-out walk in the bottom of the 9th inning. Ryan Flaherty. Flaherty took over at shortstop. And the pitch misses to him. 1 ball, no strikes. Ramos struck out Machado. And an infield hit and a walk to the 8 and 9 hitters. It's foul up the right side in front of Wayne Kirby. And another nice play down there of the ball girl.
And gets in on the so-so cheering action going on here at the ballpark.
Yep. Well,
lackluster. 8-run deficit will do that.
long one to right. That ball's going to get out of here. 1-1 pitch, and Flaherty belts a 3-run home run. That makes it 12-7. Scope and Hundley score in front of Flaherty.
You know, it was interesting today to listen to the Baltimore Oriole pregame show and listen to Rick Dempsey talk about this offense and complaining that it was always too little too late. They've done a great job scoring late in games, but oftentimes it doesn't have an impact on the result of the game. And hopefully that's the case here, but a 3-run blast by Flaherty cuts that lead down to 5.
Well, Pierce, fastball misses.
And Joe Madden does not want to have to use anybody else in that bullpen. 2 more quick outs and get this thing over with.
It's inside 2-0. We've now had 19 runs and 30 hits combined in this game. Liner into left field. That's in there for a hit and bounds away from Forsythe. And Pierce winds up at second. Forsythe got over there trying to cut it off, and it kicked away from him. Now the Orioles have a man at second base with only 1 out.
Well, Steve Pierce keeps it going. The ball that he can get extension on, he rips it down into the left field close to the line. That ball off of Forsythe's glove.
Jim Hickey's going to go to the mound.
Well, that will force the Rays to get their bullpen up. Joel Peralta now just starting to warm.
Yeah, that's not what Joe Madden would have liked. The Rays went out quickly in the top of the 9th, and he was looking for something similar to that in the bottom of the 9th.
That is not the way to get on your manager's good side.
No.
Is to force something like that.
So after that conference, Delman Young singled in the 8th inning. Up here with a man in scoring position. Ball 1 down and in. 4 straight hitters have reached. 3 have scored. Young fouls it back. 1-1. Rays went into this inning leading 12-4. It's 12-7. You want to be careful. Young lifts a high foul. That's going to carry out a play. It's 1-2.
Well, that's the one thing that this Oriole offense is capable of. They can be quiet for long stretches, but there's enough power that they can all of a sudden put up some crooked numbers.
Yeah, and here's the deal. You've got Nelson Cruz and then Chris Davis. See Davis out of the game. They put Joseph in there. They've got Cruz on deck. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And you know what? The way the ball's jumping here today, there's not many guys that are not capable.
Well, we saw that with Flaherty with the 3-run home run. And Molina's going to take some time and go to the mound. Ramos got Davis and Lowe in the 8th inning. Struck out Machado to start the bottom of the 9th. And Scopes base hit. Infield hit up the middle. He walked Hundley. Gave up the home run to Flaherty. Pierce now at second. And Jones rolls it to the left side. Longoria's pick up and the throw to first in time. So Young is out number 2 in the inning. Pierce remaining at second. And Nelson Cruz is up there. He's 1 for 4. Single came back in the 2nd inning. Breaking ball is fouled. That's a strike. Close, but that's a ball, and it's 1-1. It's up the right side toward the corner with some slice and foul. Advances the count to 1-2. There's a foul ball. Still 1-2. Caleb Joseph on deck. Ramos trying to end the game with Nelson Cruz. Fastball misses inside. 2-2. That's a foul ball. Started to go after it. Fouled it.
Now Caesar still looking for that one finishing pitch. Strike out, put the ball in play. This has been a grind of a ball game for both clubs. We're approaching, getting close to that 4-hour mark. Been a lot of action.
2-2 on its way again. Very close, and that's ball 3. A couple of close ones. So the count is full. Man at second, 2 outs. 5-run ball game right now. And ball 4. That will put 2 men on base, and Madden comes out of the dugout. Caleb Joseph is due, and the Rays are going to be forced to go to the bullpen again. Not what Madden had in mind. So that's it for Cesar Ramos. Back after this. Tomorrow night, we'll be with you at 6:30 on Sun Sports. Our coverage begins leading up to the first pitch, and Chris Archer will be on the hill for the Rays, trying to beat the Yankees for the 5th time.
Yeah, I mean, those numbers incredible from Chris Archer. 4-0 record, 1.26, and it really hasn't mattered where he's pitched against. Tropicana Field, Yankee Stadium. He has had a field day with that offense. The man of the hour.
Yeah, Joel Peralta comes on. Pitcher number 5 for the Rays. His job to get the final out and send this road trip up to New York. Rays lead 12-7. 2 men on. Caleb Joseph will bat for the first time in this game. Pitch is outside. Fastball to start Joseph. Joseph hitting 160 with a couple of home runs, as you can see right there. Nothing. He's the 8th man to come to the plate in the bottom of the 9th inning for Baltimore.
You know, and this is after those. It's not a concession, but you start to get guys off their feet. You're down 12-4. You put some new guys out there, give them an opportunity, getting at bat, some time in the field. And yeah, Baltimore not going down quietly.
Cut by Joseph. 2-1. They've had a couple of walks and 3 hits in this inning, including a 3-run home run by Ryan Flaherty. That's a strike. It's 2-2. So Peralta a pitch away from closing this one out. Molina asking for time, around as the plate umpire granting it. And that's ball 3. 3-2. Hit off first and second. 2 gone. 3-2 the count. Runners go. The pitch is fouled. We'll do it again. Peralta worked an inning in Game 2 Friday. Gave up 3 hits and a couple runs. Nelson Cruz connected off him. Going all the way out to Joseph. And he got it. This one all over. A swing and a miss. Joseph out on strikes as Peralta comes in to get the final out. And the Rays take 3 out of 4 from the Baltimore Orioles. They beat them in this one 12-7. And so the Rays win their 35th game of the year. 12-18-0 for the Rays with 9 left. 7-13-0 for Baltimore. The Orioles strand 7 in the game. And the Rays come away with a victory over Baltimore on a big offensive day. They had their biggest inning of the year, the 6th inning, when